How's everyone doing? Sorry I'm running a bit late. I had to take care of some stuff and I got home later than I expected to. Anyway, looks like we failed 50-50. That opens up kind of a slow drop back to 50-25. If we fail 50-25, things get a lot more bearish. I would say that the general trend here is not particularly positive. And don't forget that we're still way below GN and DN, so it's pretty easy for us to just keep selling off, and that kind of goes all the way back to like 5,000. There's just not that much support. I think kind of like a bumpy road to 25, and then 25 to 5,000 is a bit smoother. Quite a lot of puts rolled up from the 50-75 to the 50, like 50-75, 5,000 range to the 5,000, 50-25 range. Um, Bulls need to get it back above 50 in order to even get any kind of stability here. Now you have zero allergy problems. Funny. Good Gork, keeping a bunch of dry powder to get another 1,500% on some cheap zero DTs this afternoon because that's guaranteed. Uh, well, no. What is DNGN? On the weekly, they're both around 5,100, 5,100, 5,113. On the monthly, we're still above delta neutral, which is down at like 49.85, and then gamma neutral's at like 5,200. Is your volume lower than usual, or my speaker's dead? My volume's the same as it is every day. Looks like Pax didn't do well with earnings. Ooh, nice. Buy opportunity? A little bit. So revenues were up. But it looks like there was drop in overall EPS. Nice. PAX reported its results the first quarter ended March 31st, 2024. CEO said, first quarter of 2024 marked a great start for the year, and I'm pleased with the performance we delivered. Generated $35 million of fee-related earnings in this quarter, representing a 13% increase from first quarter 2023. We delivered more than $31 million of distributable earnings, or 21 cents a share. We continue to grow and diversify our platform both organically as we raised $1.1 billion years to date through April and over $5.1 billion in the last 12 months, and inorganically as we were thrilled to announce the closing of our acquisition of ABRDN's private equity solution business this past Monday. We saw good progress towards the closing of our pending acquisition of Credit Suisse's real estate business in Brazil. With that, I'm more confident we'll reach both our financial and AUM targets. We're comfortable in getting our fee-related earnings to at least $170 million this year, on the way to more than $200 million in 2025. IFRS results included $15.4 million net income attributable to Patria in quarter one 2024, fee-related earnings of 31.5, FRE margin of 58%, distributable earnings were 31.3 million for quarter one 2024, 21 cents a share. Quarterly dividend declared at 17 and a half cents a share to record holders of common stock at close of business May 20th, 2024. The dividend will be paid on June 10th. Seems fine. In line with expectations, at least. Nice price on it now. Fell below my buy-in range, so I'm probably going to pick up more. I was waiting for a buy-in back at 1280, but I'll definitely take 1250. I decided I wanted to take trading more seriously, and to do so, I required training. I rode a mechanical bull for 6 hours straight yesterday. I think I'm ready. 1 second. What about a bear? You need to find a grizzly bear in the Alaskan wild, and you need to ride it for 6 hours too. Otherwise, you're going to be bull biased, and that's gross. Hold on. Fisticuffs with a Kodiak? I mean, I would suggest in the presence of a real bear that you don't attempt to hit it. Like it end poorly. Grizzlies aren't the only type of bear you can ride. Oh, that's true. He just needs to go to Brazil where it's literally flooded with bears. There's no bears in Brazil. You son of a bitch. Don't you start with this again. Hitting bears is the only thing that makes me feel alive. Hmm. Alright, let's take a look at our momentum here. Looks like we got a nice Nice little bounce before the gap fill. I guess we filled the gap. Just barely. I don't know if the bulls are going to lever this into much, but that looks gross. If this starts dumping, Nasdaq's still up right now. Go EV 275. Beyond's up 3%. Was up 4. Still getting shorted. Go EV still getting shorted a bit too. ETF FTDs should start in the next couple of days. It's kind of compelling fails. Got a bunch of fails on 5-7. Few today. 600,000 today. 75, 1.2 million, and 2.84 million. Underlying, yeah, should be plenty getting cleared out through here. Okay. Yeah, I was looking at fails on Beyond. I gotta look at Go EV also. Go EV doesn't have a lot of ETF FTDs, but it has a shitload of fails in the underlying. All right. When's the Upstart FTD period ending? The ETF FTDs? Probably around the 7th or the 8th. ES is still just dumping. Plenty of puts at 15, 10, and 505. Weeks is climbing right back up again. All right. Not really any support here. Son of a bitch. Why horned up? What Vic's doing? Why is it horned up? We just dropped like $50 in 40 minutes. We got a bit of a call ramp back to 25 too here. So we could bounce back. A shorter time frame on ES, see what's going on. So ES found support 50.36, which is roughly where we got support yesterday. That doesn't look particularly good though. Bit of put capitulation there, but maybe not enough to really do anything. This could bounce back to 25 and then stabilize there. Big Vic short coming in. Options are way too expensive again. 36% at the money IB. Huh. Yeah, I'm not sure this is all that bullish, but it's got a little bit of support. Probably not enough range for it to be worthwhile. Ooh. Just rejected. Huh. The stones on the Bears these days. Yeah. Not a lot of fucks given. So I'm not getting that entry. Looks weak. I think it might fail back to 10. Hold on. This is looking grim. Yeah, well, there's a lot more puts down here than there were above 50.25. So this range is particularly bearish down to 5,000. However, that is an inverse head and shoulders. Oh. Hmm. The bulls are still giving it a bit of a push. They might get their breakout. I don't know where we would go to if they do, though. 25.30, maybe. 25 seems hard to break above. Or they just fail. Heave. They're definitely trying. Oh. Gamma's not really getting a lot of gamma, and the delta's starting to slip again. So maybe they're giving up. I hope it's just not one of those slow fuck failures like yesterday. Yeah, they're gonna push back against the fail. Trying to keep VIX off 16. Which seems to be all the bulls give a shit about. How low can CVS go? I have no idea. Like, hmm. Not much. Probably not going to fall below 51. Is this going to fail here or what? It's still not very supportive. Son of a bitch. There's the 30 test. Fuckers. Oh, that's a lot of delta. Alright, so they bought a bunch more. 30 should be resistance. Hmm. Well, not really. 1528. I take a phone call and all of a sudden we're mooning. They just about doubled their call position. 2 minutes. So we have a little bit of support here at 25 now too. I'm not sure I want that if it fails. Hmm. GoEV is trading within the same 20-cent fucking price range that it's been trading in all week. Fucking absolute cunts. Hmm. Rejected again at 35. Let's see if they try to lever up one more time. Where do bulls need this? Above 50-40? Very close. Still shorting the shit out of volatility. All right. Second BA whistleblower unalived after sudden illness. Lead poisoning. Nvidia might be turning around again. Maybe. NQ's pushing up. They got the breakout. They're gonna test and push DN. I guess solid DN. Fail. This should be the push for a reversal. But holy fuck, it's weak. I'll try to push back for 50-50, it looks like. I can't believe they got support there. Alright, yeah, they've got support and some momentum. If we can get above 50-40 here, we probably test 50-50. Maybe even 50-60. Fucking wild swings. Yeah, down's possible because everything's still super bearish. So yeah, it could get rugged, but they're pushing for it pretty hard. This is probably the biggest resistance here at 50-40 to the upside move. But look at vol. Jesus fucking Christ. WV breached down to a new 2-week low. Yeah, but it bounced back. Still seems fine. Profit taking on the call side, they're gonna fail. They lost 35 a little bit here. They can still bounce it. Ooh. That's an awfully big pullback. Short vol's easing up a bit. What's my ichthyology? Not fantastic. I'm not really into aquariums. When you have a vol hammer, all over the world is a vol short. Why did UGI get smacked so hard? Utilities got hit pretty hard, generally. I know oil was down. What about nat gas? They missed on revenues a little bit. Hmm. I think this is gonna fail. They're gonna need to pump really hard here. That's probably not hard enough. Lose. It's sucked back into 25. A little bit of call support here, but not much. Fall's turning back up again. I think it'll spike if we go back below 25. It starts to squeeze off the short puts that were sold. Watch for bounces at 25, I guess. Looks like we lost 25 on the first push. So maybe no bounce there. Yeah, we can keep falling. Push back up for the gap. Hmm. Maybe not. We'll form a head and shoulders here, which we would get off of the gap fill. But we might not have enough. Might not be enough support to form a head and shoulders. Might just fail 25. Honestly, there's a lot of fucking puts here. Be careful of it, because that gap's still floating there, but like I'm gonna keep my stop tight. But I think it could just keep going down, honestly. Especially if we lose like 52, 22, 40. Which is right about where we bounced. Yeah, it is. Oh, there it goes. $52, 21.80. Relate to the stream today because you were out protesting UCLA. Why would I be protesting UCLA? Son of a bitch. There's the gap fill. Huh. I got some sellers to the upside here. I'm gonna try to turn this around. Do we have enough put capitulation? Maybe not. Retest of VWAP. But that's starting to form out a bottom. Let me see what momentum looks like. Still just a little bullish. There's a weird bleed down. Longer time frames don't look so hot though. I think no matter how much dicking around they do here, unless we break 50-40, we're probably going to see 5,000 today. Do I have fucking day trades? Ooh, I do. Sisyphus is such a nervous trader. I know. I'm about to start reading options volatility and pricing. Wish me luck, I'm not bored to death. What, that book's awesome. It's very compelling. What do you think of PAX after earnings today? I'm probably gonna buy some soon. You're seeing the bulls maybe like dicking around with each other. That's not what I meant. Hmm. That's very tempting. That's quite a bit lower. Did you happen to do Pickles Picks plays? I keep getting pulled away. I assume no. I had some Google Weeklies that open, and then I got stopped out of them on the reversal. But I'm probably gonna pick up some more later today. I'm just kind of waiting for the indexes to find some support. I did not end up getting an Amazon position, although I'll probably enter that too. Once I feel like SPX is kind of stabilized. Hmm. Still waiting for this to confirm a failure. Maybe I'll just do like a stop buy at 10. Maybe 10's a bit too close to the money. 1080. Stop, place. There. Actually, 1040 is a little better. At least a better fill. All right. BTU earnings in 10 minutes. Oh, okay. I'm probably gonna get some more theta just to be safe. All right. Is Pickles Picks on the Discord member only? Yeah, you have to be a billionaire or higher. Nebraska ends income tax on gold and silver, declares CBDCs are not lawful money. Okay, weird. PT for SRF. I don't really have one. Just long uranium. 4 or 5 more years. Support and resistance seem a bit ambiguous in this range. They're not really. Resistance is at 50-40. Support's at 50-25. Anticipating? No, I said to drop to 5,000. We also want to buy calls on tech. Yeah, Amazon and Google's options chains are super bloated. It's and most of the interest is longer dated and unlikely to fall off. Yeah, both of them are up today, despite indexes. Well, I guess indexes are up a little bit. We're getting another vol short coming in here. That's breaking out a little bit. I don't really want that anymore. Guess this gets rejected. Yeah, a lot of the calls on Google and Amazon are longer dated. There's a shitload of delta on the chain. They're both in ranges that are still strongly supported by the market makers. And if dispersion picks up again, which it will need to do for the market to bounce substantially, they will be a big beneficiary of that. Worth playing the bounce on cat. 330 looks stout. um uh that's okay. I don't know. Cat could turn around here, I guess. It hasn't yet, but it could. Uh, there could be some argument that cat's worth playing here. It's finding support at least. Most of the options chain there is like decimated though, so I'm not particularly interested in it just yet. If gamma gets back to positive, maybe. Mm, yeah, that's pretty risky down here. It's under delta neutral still. Like the chances of it failing are much, much higher than the chances of it bouncing. Gravy leap call spreads are tightening. Ooh, nice. Oh, that's how I know we're going back to 5,100. Isn't it crazy that VIX is at 15 with this price action? Well, they're gonna compound all the Vega risk that they pulled off the chain yesterday, right? Don't want to buy more gold. Let's see. Found support twice at 22.94. Dollar's moving back up again a little bit, but yields are still down, except the 30-year is climbing. That's weird. correlation's reversing, but not very strongly. Yield curve's loosening up a bit, and the carry trade's pulling back. Yen's back to 154. So you're getting a little stability. I don't see how the Fed's and Treasury's actions don't loosen up financial conditions a bit in the short term. We've got to be able to add some leverage now. I guess yields haven't really improved that much, but they're flattening out at least and stopped climbing. Remember, break of 50-40 could test 50-50. Yeah, we're very, very close to the MM getting positive on Delta for the day here. 50-52. Call side. Jesus fucking Christ, man. If it rejects, it's bearish. Like, yeah, if this rejects, it's very bearish, but I don't know if it's going to. Bulls are really close to building out a support here. I think momentum still favors them for a little while also. Yeah, a little while. If we do break to the upside, what's our range? Like 50-60. It's probably not 75, although it could be 75 if more options come in. Hold on, I need to look at something else too. Yeah, it'd be a struggle, but it's possible. So now we just have bear pennant. All right. Proxy vote on Fubo. I'm gonna write Gherkin for Emperor Supreme. I feel like Atomic should get that honor as one of their largest shareholders. I keep seeing Head and Shoulders breaking up on Nvidia. The Head and Shoulders on SPX broke up too. Hmm. Yeah, I think if things stagnate here for too long, it gets bearish, so they need to push. There's a little push. There we go. Alright, Delta's picking up quite a bit. It's positive now. Should be able to pump it into 50 from here. BNet's absolutely ripping. I'm up $2.38 on my 200 shares. Congratulations. I got VIX back below 15. Rejection. MM should be a little bit supportive here. 56, 57. And harder to prop up short vol. He should read their earnings calls. Who? Dork? Atomic? Yeah, he should. Bear's getting the rope as usual. We'll see. Bulls have some stability here, but that's it. I mean, we're still below DN and GN on the weekly, like way below. Those are still like $50 out of the money, $60 out of the money. Moment of silence for Carvana shorts. Who the fuck is short Carvana right now? When you say Delta picks up, I picture calls or puts being bought depending on positive or negative. Is this roughly correct? Very roughly. Matrix Money, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. Can you please make it bearish for an hour around 2 so I can sell my last 3 puts? Just not between 11:30 to 2 when I'm working. We'll see. That's a big ask right now when bulls are stabilizing this and shorting the fuck out of vol. Honest question, Glorb. What's your macroeconomic prediction for the next 3 years? I don't know if I have anything that far out. Maybe some commodities and stuff, but for the most part, a lot of this year is going to depend on the Fed's decisions, inflation, and what we do about deficit spending, which we don't seem to want to rein in anytime soon, which could lead to even larger issuances in the first half of 2025, which would be pretty bad. Rejection here? I'm not so sure about that. Still just consolidating. I think like bulls don't have a lot of calls here. At like 45. And 50 is going to be, you know, a resistance, right? But that's where they need to get this. But they're really not in a position where they can stop buying. And it's looking a little worse for them, but they still have the advantage. I think I would confirm a rejection on a break back below 40 or 38. I don't really think this does much to confirm anything right now. This is all because you're saying we test 5,000. I said if they fail to get 40 today, but they got 40. Everything's relative. JPM doing a little boofy boof. I think they intervened again yesterday. It seems to be holding up a little better this time. If yields drop, they don't need to leverage the carry trade quite as hard. So it could allow them to de-risk it a little bit, which is the intention from the Fed pulling back on QT and the Treasury doing buybacks. Although I feel like we should call them clawbacks. Hey, Gherk, I miss you, man. What's up, dude? My mom's been sick. I'm sorry to hear that. That fucking sucks. I'm back now. I just hit renewal on Dillionaire. Let's fucking go. Let's. Let us do that. That's good to have you back, man. I hope your mom feels better. Thoughts on push to gap fill at 50-50, then sell off. That'd be okay. Yeah, if we could. That's definitely possible for like if the out of the money calls from this morning go in the money, they could absolutely sell off like they did yesterday. So rejections can be really violent, and part of that's because we're still below DN and GN, right? I don't know why Apple would pump Nvidia. I highly doubt they're going to be buying their chips in mass. Apple doesn't like to play nice with other monopolies. Thoughts on Google? I like it. That's why I wrote it up last night. It wasn't because I didn't. It could still pull back to 65, especially if this were to fail. But it may not. Calls are selling off a bit more than I'd want to see. Bulls are losing support here. That's getting bearish. If we sit here for too long, the out of the money sold calls are going to start to push us down. Yeah, we're going to need to do something about pumping this. Yeah, Google's still fine. We're gonna get a breakout from this consolidation or what? Starting to, maybe. Yeah. Oh, shit. Failed. Oh. This doesn't look good. It's going to be harder for them to support it if it keeps slipping. No, 5K is not off the table if we lose 50-40. Which we're about to do. Weird consolidation. Just a lot of sold calls. I sold bear calls. You and everyone else. It's a fucking. Why don't you close them when you're up? What's wrong with you? Why isn't Google doing what you command? It's up from yesterday. What do you want it to do? You know those fucking the call spreads are for next week, right? Break 167.50. It did this morning. Yep, bulls are still slipping. They're gonna start to slip harder here in a second too. Well, that was a valiant effort on their part. I still have a chance to buy the dip here. Maybe not. Could we close under it? It depends on if out of the money puts are bought or not. Otherwise, I mean, even if we move under it, there's a very good chance we bounce right back to it. Bulls really fought that with everything they had. That was that was an insane effort for very little reward. They sold puts at pretty much every level on the way up. So loss of 35, 30, and 25 are all pretty bearish. We left an upside gap here. About 12 cents. If we don't fill that on this consolidation, that's pretty bad. Delta slip back to negative. That looks like it's getting worse. If we lose 35, the short puts are going to get closed out there. Bad trader put their pickles. Asking here in case it helps others. Lately, I noticed a bad habit. I don't get a fill on my entry and chase, but by the time I feel the price action starts to reverse, I end up losing profits for the day, and then I revenge trade and lose even more. I know it's mental, emotional. Yeah, it is. Um, so if you're gonna do that, and there is a correct way to do that. You have to set your stop a lot tighter, right? You lose out on a lot of the flexibility of getting a better entry, right? Um, your best bet to avoid that is to look forward to where the next entry would be, right? Look to the next resistance, look to the next support, whichever direction you're playing, and then see if you can find an entry on a continuation, which is less likely. Like continuation is always less likely than the initial move. So you're playing a lower probability move, and you need to set your stops to compensate for the lower probability. So you need them a lot tighter. So it's like an entry short here, versus an entry short here, right? What you don't want to do is you don't want to try to pile in to that and then get reversed on, right? And that's what you're saying is happening to you. As far as like the emotional part of that, I mean, it's just understanding. A lot of it's just understanding what part of the move you're looking at. Are you looking at consolidation? Are you looking at a reversal? Um, and that's just practice. You'll get better at it. Yeah, a loss of 25 could see us, or a loss of 35 could see us slip to 25. 30 doesn't have a lot of support. Hmm. Stay short there, add. Oh, I could add on the retest. Mm. $29.50. Is that like an important ES level? No, hold on. A little bit of put capitulation. I don't think we're seeing any calls come in yet. They might try to leverage it, but I don't think it's momentum's really in their favor to do that. Lower high. Yeah, what level are we at on ES? No, that's just a weird fucking support. 50, 55? Yeah, I think that was just put capitulation. I don't think there's any like actual support here. Let me check one last thing. Yeah, no. Not even very many calls at that strike. My 30p is going in the money. I'm not sure what to think. They were in the money for a hot second. Literally. Only 160 likes with 480 watching. Like the stream fix, if you could. That would be nice. So I'm trying to make 50-55 a thing, bulls. Are your positions on gold a hedge for currency risk or a play for expected upside? I was bored. I mean, I bought GLD back when it was a pickles pick, and gold was trading at like, fuck, what was it, like 2,000 back then. Most of that I've already taken profits on. Usually miners lag gold, and if gold prices stay higher, gold miners will see improvement. Bull's really trying to turn this like little pile of put capitulation into their reversal. That's not working. I think they're trying to leverage it up because there's like a gap and there was a chunk of put capitulation. Yeah, that's a little better. That kind of just makes me want to short here. Thanks, Gherk. I'll try not to chase. Hold on. Sorry. Fuckers are really going for it. All right, I guess we're gonna gap fill. All right, what was that? I will try not to chase. So I don't get myself in this position to begin with. If I do, I'll set tight stops. Like you said, there's always another trade. I know I do this out of FOMO, usually after I cut a previous trade early and miss out. Wait, hold on. Where the hell is, oh yeah. So, besides this, I'm doing well. Okay. Yeah, I mean, just take more time with your entries and try to plan them a little bit better. That's all you can do. You gotta be close enough to that gap to just fill up and test it, right? So they caught the knife? I don't know about that. No, not yet. Alright, see you later, Taco. Retest 450, then back to 50.25, then sideways till close. 450, back to 50.25, then sideways till close. Maybe. Kind of failing this. Hmm. Yeah. I'm not sure they're going to be able to. They really want that gap. Which is right around the point where Delta flipped negative, too. So, I guess the motivation doesn't necessarily need to be the gap there. It could just be getting Delta back to positive. But it's an uphill battle.
50, 40, 20. Yeah, it's 12 cents. Maybe bears will do something. I don't think bears need to do much here. They already have like a shitload of puts, right? I do want some kind of protection in case they push this higher. Oh. I defend at 50-30. That's when they got put capitulation. So this was shit. Sorry. This was profit taking on puts. So they tried to leverage that opportunity into regaining the upside. It's been, yeah, not that hot. Does that mean if we fail harder? It could, yeah. All right, they got it. We'll try to lever that up. They might fail again when we start running into sold calls, but they've got delta back to positive. Face ripper, yeah. As long as not too many of the calls that built up sell off. Otherwise, the issue just reverses itself. Alright, let me see how positioning is here since the breakdown. There's actually a little bit more resistance at 45 than there was before. There's also more puts at 50. Would you rather only wear pants or shorts for the rest of your life? Pants. I like pants. Wait, what about sweat shorts? Daisy Dukes. Not allowed as pants, allowed as shorts. Hmm. Zip off pants? Is there anything data? There's not really any data this afternoon, I don't think. I think we're past all of the data. Or at least all the data that mattered. Jobless claims were flat. Non-farm productivity was down, which was bearish. Unit labor cost was up, which is also bearish. Factory orders were down, which is also bearish. I think we have like mortgage rates coming in a few minutes for first week of May, which isn't very important. And then that might be it for today. Full bear data, so we're closing at 50.75. I don't think any of the data today was important enough, right? And labor costs being elevated was already priced in from the report on Tuesday. So I don't think that's gonna have like a big effect. And then shocker, there still aren't a lot of unemployed people. Oh, I think job cuts also this morning were much lower than expected. Which is, I mean, generally speaking, those would be bullish things, right? They're just bearish because inflation's hot, and that means inflation's going to get hotter. Are we finna bust through 50 this time? There's a little more resistance than the last time we tested this level, but we could. NQ's a little stronger on this bounce. It's a little bit of consolidation. some call side profit taking here. Okay, so this is what happened last time, right? If the call side takes too many profits and bears start selling the 45 and 50 call again, we could just fail this breakout. So keep an eye on the 40 level because it's still weak. Might be a little bit below 40 now. Let me look. Yeah, it's like 39, 38. Wow, bulls suck. Yen pushing last night's local highs. Okay. Thoughts on Fubo earnings. How illiquid is Fubo? It's moderate. There's been some covering going into earnings. As far as what's going to happen at their earnings, I have no fucking clue. I mean, they're like a media content hoster, right? So it's like all of their value is in the number of subscribers they have. There's no way to figure out that kind of growth in advance. So their earnings are always just a surprise. So did they do it or didn't they? Like analysts will say a lot of things about Netflix earnings, but they have no fucking clue. Everyone is a surprise, complete surprise. But a put so he can't fail 50-40. Ugh. God, I hate you. Not because you bought a put, but because you think your put is important. I've never seen an ad or anything about Fubo. I only hear about it here. Nice. The internet is a terrible place. Why is that? I've seen a lot of Fubo ads. I've seen some ads, not a lot, but a few. I'm sure they try to market in areas where they're more likely to get subscribers. They're not a huge company by any means, so they probably have to be pretty precise with their marketing. This is failing again. Although possibly more supportive than it was last time. It's not much. I can just love the all-day bear flags. They're the best. I guess we only care about this. Oops. Vol's picking back up. Looks like NQ's losing 17,550. I think once I'm out, I'm gonna try homesteading. LARPing is a poor without the bad parts. Interesting. Oh shit, packs bounced hard. Uh, Fuck me. Did I get filled? Hold on. Oh, of course not. Fantastic. Really? I'll probably just buy here. Looks a little weak. It's 20 cents a share, so I could buy. Did they say when the ex-div date was? Maybe I'll just wait. I know I read it earlier, but now I don't know when it is. May 20th. Tough. Fix back above 15. Still haven't lost 40. We need to lose 30, like 39 for this to fail. Support's weakening though. Need more out of the money call selling. That's getting a little bit more bearish, but not much. I LARP as a homesteader, raise meat rabbits in my backyard like a real poor. Congratulations. That sounds super fun. What does PAX do? Like a hedge fund, asset manager. Ooh, nice. I was right? I could have bought it 75 cents like 3 minutes ago, and now it's back to 12.71. So it was a good thing I waited. Hey, we failed 39. What does Upstart do? They're a lender slash credit evaluation company. AI. Shut up. Lender of last resort. They lend people money for out of the money leaps. I don't know what Manor Lords is, but probably not. What's your opinion on rabbit meat? Good or bad? I don't like it very much. And I've had it a couple of times. I can't say I'm a fan. Ugh. How about the puts just don't capitulate immediately this time? That'd be cool. Just another trendy indie game. Oh, I hate those. I sent you FTDs this morning. I'm not sure if you saw. I think I saw some of them. Bastards. No upside gap. Hmm. Is a test of 5,000 not likely today at this point? It's, again, for the, I don't know how many times I have to say this. Under 50-40, it's possible. Above 50-40, it's not very likely. You would probably want to confirm 25. Stop trying to buy out of the money fucking puts for no money. That's the real answer. I just want to calculate possible ranges. You know, I put those in the thing every morning. There's still support to the downside at 25. If we lose 25, a test of 5,000 becomes far more likely. We've lost 40 again, which increases the probability. And then losing 25 would increase the probability even more. But I would not say that 5,000 is within our current range. Did you know that the write-ups you provide every morning are worth hundreds of dollars, maybe even thousands? Yeah. Who do I talk to at the SEC about crime on GoEV? Gary Gensler. Did you write-ups every morning? Since when? I refresh your daily SS posts and I don't see shit. Fuck you, Carl. If a hedge fund were to hire you with your expertise, what would your salary be? I don't know, probably like 350, 500. I'd want 500 plus bonuses at a minimum. Your salary is usually shit compared to your bonuses. No, 500,000 a year, dork. Not $500 a month. Can I use you as a reference? No. I wish I made 50K a year. Didn't we already? Me and Poopy Pants already told you guys how to do that. You get a job at Fidelity and pretend to be a financial advisor. Get your MBA and get paid shit tons of money to do nothing. That's also another option. But you're not gonna like. There's plenty of MBAs working at Starbucks. I would say far more than make shit tons of money. 500,000 a year is about 2K per trading day. That's salary, just salary. I didn't talk about bonus structure. Plenty of entry level consultants with MBAs from nowhere school making 60K a year. Yeah. So I shouldn't go to law school. With your personality, I think you're well suited for the legal profession. If you think about it, Harvard dropouts make more money on average than anyone else. Whose MBA in the pickle jar are you most likely to sponsor? No one's. MBAs are useless. Agreed. Tell my wife. So I'm trying to get her to give up on her dreams. Brat. Final fail? Fucking hope so. It's boring. It'd be nice if volatility would increase while the price went down instead of just decrease when the price goes up. It's very one sided. What are we looking at for support here on ES? The bear signal. Still trying to break away from it. 50, 60. I don't like that. God damn it. Is Delta still negative here? Huh. Yeah, it is. Girlfriend started selling empty jars online. I opened one and it smelled awful. The next day I got pink eye. Weird, whatever. She's making a killing. Huh. Blurish. She told Boeing that the spy was a whistleblower. Excellent. Are we just gonna chop here for an hour? What the fuck? We're gonna get stuck here, aren't we? That's a little better. Oh. Back to 32. Uh, we'll see what happens. Getting a little bit more bearish, but not quite enough. We really need to lose 30 here. I don't know why. There's not much positioning there, but it seems important. Maybe just need to get rid of the sold puts. Damn it, Gherk. I blame you for it. Wait, for what? Fifty 45, 50 44, 50 38, 5,000. I feel like you've skipped some numbers there. Japan obviously isn't fucking around this time. That's exactly what they're doing. How's ES looking? Kind of like exactly like the SPY. It's very very slowly failing resistance, or trying to for the 50th time today, without actually losing 50 60. They didn't raise rates. They moved rates to 0 and then they did nothing. No, 50-50 C is not holding this up. There's more puts at 50-50 than there are calls anyway. There we go. More of that. Well, Apple earnings have a big effect on the market tonight. Yes. It's fucking Apple. their earnings might still be shitty, which would be awesome. Oh shit, NQ lost 17.5. Momentum. Kind of wanted to lose 17,487 though. I should probably put a stop on this. Oops. Hmm. What did I say earlier? 17,428.40? Was that where it was? Hmm. I don't like the support. $50.60 today? It's about as likely as 5,000. Hmm. Interesting. I don't trust guys that spell Allen with an extra A. That's reasonable. They did spend a fuck ton of money developing a headset that 3 people bought. They sold more than 3 of them. Weaker China demand, weak Vision Pro sales, and less people buying phones in general. I don't see how Apple gives good earnings. I don't know if they're ever going to have good earnings again. Or at least not comparable to their heyday. The company is just a bit of a value trap. We're gonna fail here? Jesus Christ. I'm so tired of these fucking bounces. Delta's still negative, but momentum's on the bull side. Just a little bit. Hmm. Let's see. I'm guessing the 25 and the 30 are pretty heavily sold. That's why we keep reversing off of that. Although this reversal might be a lot weaker than last time. The fuck is this? Hmm. Can you can have my +1 thoughts and prayers for sub 5,000 then? Sub 5,000? Why does the target keep going down? I need after 2 days in a row of 0 GT profits on SPY at the end of the day. I don't like the way this looks for a repeat of that. If any direction shows, I'm buying at least a week out. It's mostly going to be pretty choppy. I warn you now. We need to lose major levels, and right now we're trading in between them, so lose or gain major levels. Why is realized vol so crazy high? Yeah, VIX is at 16. I don't think realized vol is that high. Yeah. 30-day RV is at 13%. I said realized vol, not VIX. VIX isn't even volatility. It's just estimate of 30-day implied volatility based on a calculation that is easily manipulated. How many times do we need to fail 35 to fail 35? I'm gonna go with at least one more. Mm, Bulls are still levering up to try to get Delta back to positive, which it's not. Mm. Try to gap it again, I think. Yeah, maybe. Or this fails. Hmm. This is consolidation in the 5,000, 5,100 range. Bearish or bullish given the last couple months of price action? It's pretty bearish that we haven't recovered. When did they fill that opening gap? I don't know. Tried a couple times. The bear flag broke down and recovered there, which should be kind of bullish here. There's no lack of effort on the Bulls' part to try to get this back into a positive delta range, but the last two times they did, they failed. It's a struggle. There's nothing to. I mean, there's nothing to support like a 30 BPS move to the downside for no reason. So it still need to fail, and they haven't stopped pumping yet. So it's likely that we get another breakout. Delta's now positive slightly. I can tell you we probably can't go much higher than 80 or 85 today. If you want to know the other extreme. Yeah, no, $80, Andre. I'm okay with 60. 60's got a pretty good chance. Although if this fails, I mean, we're just back to square one again. 49.50, greedy. Not gonna happen. I don't think. We need a massive sell off again. Maybe a fundamental reason why they're still trying to buy here, because they're short as fuck volatility between like 50.25 and 49.50. There's a shitload of puts. All of them are sold. They don't want them going in the money. They definitely don't want them going in the money with VIX higher, because that's going to increase their margin requirements even more. 5,000? What 5,005? I said fundamental, not mechanical, sir. What's going to change fundamentally in the intraday? Beyond has fallen back below 7. It's all over. The dream has become a meme. The upside is hard, yeah. It's a lot of resistance. Mm. Hmm. Delta slip back to negative. If we get back under 25, Charm's pretty strong into the end of the day. Actually, Charm might not be too bad here. Yeah, a little better under 30, 35. But it's only 1 o'clock. Thank you, Daniel Groves. Entries are also bad. Yeah, it's hard to get good entries. NQ's been getting a shitload of support at 17.5 all day too. Like tech is still doing pretty well, which is helping things out. RSP is underperforming. So not so much breadth, but that's not the worst. Also, I walked the fuck away when SPX spiked 100 points yesterday. Unfortunately, I didn't see the drawdown. Can you give me a summary of what happened? All of the calls that went in the money capitulated as soon as they went in the money. So everybody made a shitload of money on the upside move, and then they closed all their calls, and then they closed so many calls they had to start closing their short puts, and we fell all the way back to where we started. Where will the Pickle Jar 2024 meet and greet be held this year? I have no idea. Is that a thing? Is 35 the new 30? What? Bears should use their advantage. I mean, there's a lot of pits. This is like everything anywhere near spot is just all pits. We don't even like on the longer chain, we don't even have positive gamma until we get to like 50, 80, 50, 75. You weren't invited last year? Wow, that's rude. QQQ getting very gappy to the upside. That's nice. Good for it. SCX seems to be picking up a little. They have a slight advantage again, although very slight. Hmm. Break out to the upside. Hmm. Beyond options are staying pretty expensive, even though it pulled back like 3% today. Hmm. Can 50-50 be squeezed to the upside and target 70-80? 60. If we break 60, we could get 75. Possibly. 80, we're going to need a lot more call buying. Yeah, 80 still sucks. But a break of 60 could take us to 75. We haven't broken 50 yet, which is still a massive fucking put wall, so why the pump? Because bulls are trying to recover their fucking underwater positions. And financial conditions are easing a little bit today. Credit spreads are narrowing, which helps their margin. So they're leveraging very, very heavily against the downside here. Zoom in really close so it looks like it's ripping. Yeah, sure. Happy to help, Carl. We got a breakout for this consolidation. Maybe? Maybe I did that wrong. No, we did. Bulls have more positive delta than they did on the prior two tests. Which means they're pushing even harder here. Doesn't look like it's failing yet, but it's not that strong. Yeah, 50 is still a big, big brick wall. Why did PAX go down so hard? They missed on revenues a little bit. It was recovering, and I got my fucking fill at 1260. Whoever that guy was that made fun of me for not wanting to buy at 75. Ha! Although 1250 would have been way better. But it looks like it's starting to recover a little bit. It's back above 1280. short calls are coming in again. How high could a good Fubo earnings go tomorrow? I have no idea. It depends on how good they are. There's a little bit of liquidity, so I mean they can short it if it's out of control. And what the status of the lawsuit is. I think that's coming shortly after earnings, or at least like the first update on that. What's up, Mike? I don't know if they'll discuss the lawsuit at earnings. They might, but I doubt it. I've been in and out of Google all day. Profits on everything closed. Nothing crazy, but making money. Feels too responsible though, buying contracts that don't expire end of day for 10 to 20% gains. Google's a fucking brick house right now. There we go. There's our fucking big breakout. Brick shit house? Yeah. The fucking like there's a ton of gamma or delta. Well, there's a ton of gamma too, but there's a ton of delta on the chain, and all of it's like long dated. It looks like kind of like Meta after they had earnings in Feb when they bounced up and everyone just bought shitloads of leaps on it. So the downside is very, very supportive. Like even yesterday, Google closed. I think Google closed green. Oh, there's 50-50 and NQ broke the second resistance. Ooh, let me move my stop up. So Google's the next pump. Got it. I don't know if they're the next pump, but I mean they already pumped, right? But it could recover from the sell-off post pump. It's starting to, right? Might take a little while. Bulls are in a good position here if they just push. I could probably. We got to get above 52, but if we can, they can push this up to 60, 62. Any resistance there? Little resistance at 65, 70. maybe a little bit at 55 also. Hmm. Should update this. Give me a second. Nine, 17, 11, 33, 16, 20. Ooh. Am I going long GME? I don't know. I have to think about it. Maybe. Oh, you know what? That's not right. I need to fix that. Those are the wrong fucking tips. That's a little bit more compelling. Maybe. No, this isn't getting rug pulled yet. Relax. Cool your tits. GME 324,000 volume candle reaching 1148. That's more than 1/3 its total volume prior to that. Yeah, that's not a lot of volume. I mean, done with owning GME, not done with making 10x on options with GME. Hmm. Interesting. If it is gonna run, it's just like a few days, right? Probably overpriced. Hmm. Hmm. Fucking Gamma Max is at 12. It's not even worth it. Yeah, fuck that. Maybe I'll short some vol on it afterwards. 44-cent YOLO. Yeah, I mean, so Gamma Max is at 12.10, right? And then you can get like maybe another 10-15% on that. So like $14 test. Ugh. I don't know if it's worth it to overpay for options for a $2 move. I'd rather just buy more beyond. At least it's on Reg Show. Failed the 52 test. Neo's been doing pretty good. Have you guys seen that? I haven't looked at it in a while, but my leaps are up. Shit. I didn't even know it went down to 340. My leaps are up 100% too. Nice. I don't know. It's got to be just like butting up against the 200 MA here. Uh, hold on. Let me look at something. Yeah, it just broke back through the 200 MA actually at 494 yesterday. Looks good. 7? I mean, there's probably a bunch of resistance at like 6 and $7, but the only problem is I don't know if this is fundamental or squeezy. If it's squeezy, it can kind of go right back down again. HSI has been kind of improving. It broke back above its 50 MA last week. Yeah, HSI's, I mean, Chinese indexes overall are kind of turning around a little bit. There's a golden cross on CN50 on the daily. Yeah, could be good to continue going up, actually. I don't hate it. Maybe I might add some more leaps if it breaks above 650. Damn it, I missed my breakout. Son of a bitch. We we going up. Yep, that is accurate. Did we fill the gap from this morning? Yeah, we did. Let's see. 50, 70, 50, 57. We got rejected at earlier, but we're already above that. Yeah, I would say 60, 62. Next major resistance. 17.9 on NQ on the hourly. I don't think they have enough vol left to short to pump this, do they? We're getting some call capitulation here, but they might. There's always vol on the banana stand. Let's see. Yeah, Delta's still pretty positive. I mean, potentially, given how hard they're pushing, too. I don't think like 70, 75's out of the question. Might be harder to get there. But we left a little gap there to the upside. Google had a nice breakout too. How's Amazon doing? Oh, yeah. Nice. Yeah, everything's like testing its reversal on the intraday high. Microsoft, not so much. Apple's kind of clawing its way back. Hmm. Fucking son of a bitch. Oh, de-risking? Is it all gonna collapse again? I'm gonna try to support this, right? Hmm. That was a lot of profit taking. Holy shit. I think they're still okay, but that was a ton. You're gonna pump Apple tonight? If they beat, maybe. Ooh, didn't get the gap. Amazon doesn't give a fuck. How's Nvidia doing? Mm, AMD still looks like shit. It's a nice reversal. Fubo's up like 5% today. Hmm. One sec. All right. Yeah, Jamie Gamma Max is at 1210. Gork, I blew up my port. How? Using my echolocation abilities on all the knocks, I've successfully mapped your apartment. It's 300 square feet, twin size Murphy bed, no bidget, one monitor. Gherk's also 5'9". That's ridiculous. But this room is, in fact, exactly 300 square feet. Which is also disturbing. Got him, Carl. Three by 100. What's your rent? 34. 36 with the co-op fee. $3,600. Gherk, make it go back down to 510 now, please. Eh. Not very likely. Ooh, dork. Beyond's back above $7. I'm watching another streaming on TikTok. He's talking about yen. Are we finally there? If it's made its way to TikTok, maybe. A year plus after calling the carry trade, people are finally noticing. The shitty part about that is the people that matter are also just now noticing. And they should have known all along. Ooh. Oh, you sexy bitch. Yeah. That's fucking awesome. question. Well, we definitely want to. We need downs, not ups. Sounds like you don't have any calls. I didn't say no downs, but we have to lose 50 and 40 again. And the bulls have support here. Should've. Hmm. If Bina goes back to $5, I might shit myself. They haven't sold any shares yet, but they went down 70%, which is odd, right? VIX dead again. Fuck me. We have a smoother path to 75 now. But VIX really isn't dead. It's more alive than it's been in months. I think maybe you guys forgot how VIX works. These fucking olives are amazing. I need to stay the fuck away from Arthur Avenue. I didn't take it, but I was watching Amazon. You glorious stock bastard. Thank you. Do you still have 10k XRP tokens? Okay, so I sold half when it hit 90 cents. I don't think it wasn't that long ago. Like last summer, maybe? I didn't buy any more. I don't know if it has an actual use case, but as far as payment processing, it's definitely the one closest to Visa. You assume any of us ever knew? Knew what? About 135, 719, 20C this morning. I just creamed from this afternoon's jump. Nice. Exactly. Gaff, how do you feel about XRP? Let me rephrase that. How do you feel about XRP at 50 cents? At least I got into Google. Nice. You really want me to do this? Well, I'm eating and I just don't want to answer the question. This is a pretty important rejection. This is the retest of the lower trend that we failed a couple days ago. That doesn't look so hot. Robert Hall, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord if you need added to the country club after the stream. You have to buy the leap call before you sell the call, unless you have sufficient margin to sell naked. I looked at the Jimmy tips earlier. They were kind of interesting. Liquidity on GME is interesting too, but Gamma, like, and I was about to go long on it, but Gamma Max is at like $12.10, which gives maybe a total range of like $14, which sucks. I'd rather not Grim too. Do it. Just draw the diamond top. No. Well, hold on. You retracted your message about Jimmy and Para. So, yeah. So this is the correlation between Jimmy and Paramount. It looks like it's mostly tied to the ETF periods. They pick up a bunch of correlation and then it kind of moves negative. Mostly correlation has stayed pretty negative. I would guess over the last few weeks since Feb it picked up a little bit and then it's falling off now. It doesn't seem very significant. But Jimmy's liquidity is really low. Which, you know, it has been since earnings. However, it still doesn't look like we're getting a ton of covering. We are getting a little bit. My biggest problem here is XRT is not on Reg Show, right? There is some additional OI on the chain, and Vol's decent. But I don't know if it's enough to squeeze out any significant number of sold calls. And any move up to Gamma Max could be very quickly rejected and shorted back down. Beyond tips? Beyond's still just really illiquid. It's gotten a little bit of covering, right? But we'll probably see some shorting before it runs. Usually it doesn't run until it's been on Reg Show for a bit. Ooh, rejection. Hmm. That might have just been some de-risking. It may not lead to anything. Or some call side capitulation. It's hard to tell. I missed it. How was lunch? Okay, but I need to stop eating Italian cold cuts and antipasto every day. I just don't want it to go bad. And when I was shopping, I was hungry and I bought way too much. What are you thinking for tomorrow from these levels? I don't think these levels are really indicative of any directionality. We're kind of just at neutral. There's quite a lot of gamma falling off tomorrow. That could leave us with a fairly flat day, or at least the beginning of tomorrow could be fairly flat. I had Italian too. Jersey Mike's. Fuck you, man. Have you ever tried Egyptian food? I haven't. Not like specifically Egyptian. I've eaten a lot of like Lebanese and Persian and Greek food, but never anything on the other side of the Mediterranean. I fucking love Persian food. All right, I'm not Persian. I don't care what you have to say, but their food's awesome. I've had Moroccan food. I don't like it, but I've had it. Taste of the old country. Their food is fucking delicious. I've had Ethiopian food. It's not good. Sabrina Gior has some great Persian cookbooks. Would recommend. Interesting. It's literally racist to say African cuisine is not good. No, it's not. Ethiopian is bean mush with pancakes. That's the best description I've ever read of Ethiopian food. What didn't you like about Moroccan food? Was it eating on the floor or the belly dancers? I didn't. Neither of those things were there. No, not 5,000. Maybe retest 50? Maybe not. This is just a new uptrend. Get rid of the old one. So if we fail this, maybe bearish. Might just recover and pump more. They're shorting vol again. Bulls still have big advantage here. I can't believe I'm gonna actually have to read Thinking Fast and Slow again. I don't know if you need to read that, or you just need to stop buying 5,000 puts at market open. I fixed my Discord? Fuck yeah. Awesome. Well done, LSD. Are Bulls gonna lean super hard into Apple earnings? If they're good enough, they probably will. Yeah. Oh shit. Left a gap back here. Little one, baby gap, but a gap nonetheless. Still a decent amount of calls up to 75. 50-55 still resistance. But if we could break 60, the path to 75 is open. Which is a nice range. $15. I'm ready for 50-40. Needed to sell off pretty hard. I'm pushing up through the lower trend on ES, but remember there's gonna be resistance on this trend again, right? Unless we break it, in which case then there's resistance at 50.92. Probably quite a lot of resistance at 50.92. 50.92 is 50.65. So that might be something also to consider, as well as the options on SPX. TUP's still a play. 10% move relevant? Maybe. I mean, they haven't gone out of business yet. And they still have options. It does look like there's been a little bit of covering recently. Just not a lot. It's very, very illiquid on the underlying. Extremely so. So, yeah, it could be something. If the market bounces here during like the ETF FTD period, that could be really good for memes. Just overall. Maybe go back down and fill that gap. Are they squeezing out sold calls? Not yet, but they will if we push 60, I think. Ooh. Oh, son of a bitch. Hmm. Maybe it's for the best. Gonna break 60 here. Are bulls extra pushy today? Yeah, they're pushing pretty hard. Still have to fight back against the MM selling the downside moves, but they're a bit more stable on the 0 DTE side of things. VIX murdered. I want them to give me my money back. Were you long VIX? I don't know where Apple's going to find positive forward guidance. I'm so glad I sold GME at 10. Why'd you sell it at 10? Why not just wait for it to run again and then sell it? You know, the same way it's been doing for 3 years. Ooh. Broke 62. Go time? MQ has a new intraday high. Looks like ES broke the trend. And then resistance at 50.92, which is still $2 more to the upside. Who canceled inflation? JPOW yesterday. He said he didn't see any stag or inflation. His words. JPOW is a churd. Are we out of the trend yet? We're still teasing it. What, like this? Still teasing it. How high can we go? Right now, like 75. Maybe 77. It'll move up as more calls are bought out of the money, or if more calls are bought out of the money. Right now there hasn't been a ton of buying in that range. But I would say, yeah, I would say like 77 right now is kind of where things top out. So there's not a ton of room. A bit. Nope, this is the top because I'm about to buy a call. Excellent. Spot up, vol up. So we're starting to squeeze some of the 0DT calls, I think. Or just some of the sold calls in this range. There's not a ton of them. I think we already got rid of most of them on this leg up. Buying a 60-65 strangle. Ooh, interesting. Is Apple generally honest about Outlook? Usually, yeah, but whenever they say anything negative, I mean, they don't really provide guidance usually. It's pretty rare that they do. But when they do, if it's bad, they'll usually just announce like, 10 billion in share buybacks, and everyone's like, "Ah, yeah, awesome." Mm, this future is going to be able to push through 5100, 1590. So we're at that. We're like right at that 5090 resistance. Oh, a little volume. And rejected again. Certainly think the signal might be complete shit. RSS tells me Apple doesn't provide guidance because they don't have to, like GME. So they got being the second most profitable company in the world without providing guidance. GME is number 3, obviously. Yeah, or Ryan Cohen read Steve Jobs' autobiography and thinks he's special. If they do hold, and then Charm would pump this. The consolidation isn't bullish. Still very interested in that little gap down there. Tesla moved back to 180. Nvidia still at 850. Oops. Where does the MM want this? Back at like 46. Delusions of commonality. Got it. What's the magic number for charm pump? 50-50? Yeah, 50-50's got a lot of open interests. RC built a pet food company. Steve Jobs built a fruit company. Big deal. Jimmy found support at Gamma Max, it seems. Yeah, that's generally not a good thing. Where does Gherk want this? I don't know. I don't really care. I'm out of my straddle. That did really well today. I don't have like a lot of other positioning right now. Vol's getting kind of low again, so I might start looking at picking up some Vega puts, but it could go a lot lower if we move up to 5100. I don't know if anyone cares if Apple beats. It's they care about their guidance, right? Breaking up. Mm. Futures broke 5090 or 5092 rather. Somewhat bullish. Hmm. That looks pretty good still. Yeah. Hmm. 4600p September, a good Vega play. It's a lot of Vega. But I mean, I would probably wait till like VIX 3 month gets back below 16 or 15. I would definitely wait till after tech earnings is done. A little bit of a vol shorts. I don't know if this is getting more bullish. Mm, kind of just stable. Apple will be the next AMD with big post earnings buy-in when they don't even say anything particularly bullish, but confirm AI will still be part of their products. GoEV choo choo train maybe about to be depart. I'm delusional. All right, good to know. I don't like the stair stepping. It's fucking annoying. October 3200p. Damn. Just protecting their vol risk. And they have leverage. Why not pump? I don't think there's anything particular that needs rescued. I mean, out of the money calls that were bought at market open, but there's not that many of them. And most of that shit sold off when we dropped. So the positioning up here that's building now is new. 50.65. That's doing pretty well. Ooh, gold's moving back up again. Nice. How's dollar doing? Still tanking. Higher high? Hmm. Oh, it's boring. What does Brent need to break to finally move up? Like 17? Probably more than that. How high are you targeting? 20? It's possible. Maybe by summer, if oil prices start to move up again. Early summer. Speaking of which, how's oil doing today? Still under 80. Oil futures are under 80. Someone's shorting the fuck out of oil. That might not be the worst position. Speaking of which, what's ZOM at? I still have cover calls out. Back at 116. Hmm. Oh, did I get stopped? I did. No, not 5,000 incoming. Barrick Silico was going to break 19 to the upside, and then it dropped hard. Yeah, yeah, it did. That was when they announced their projections for earnings, which were fucking garbage. How the fuck did I get stopped out? Oh, it took profit. Break a 70. Predictions for Fubo? What do you mean predictions for Fubo? Is this it for today? Is what it? Like upside? Not necessarily. Does Nvidia look bullish? It looks okay. It still needs more call interest to build to the upside, but it's well supported. Just not the strongest ramp. It needs to squeeze out the 70 and 80 calls. Oh, nice. Hmm. I should have bought more calls on the dip. Fair. This is starting to run out of range a little bit. Hmm. Should have set stops. Yes. Yes, he should have. There's resistance here, but a lot of out of the money calls can still push this up more. Yeah, we would need a lot more. I mean, it's power hour, so it's possible. Let me take a look, because it's gonna be quite a lot of call buying. Yeah, it still looks like 70, 76-ish is about the top. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Hmm. Alright, we got a bunch of call capitulation there. Massive vol spike, yeah. Maybe some de-risking alongside it. Getting a bit more bearish. Let me see how momentum looks. I don't think that's shifted yet, really. No. No, it still hasn't shifted. It still looks moderately bullish. Although, going into tomorrow, momentum doesn't look very good. Like a 5-minute. That's starting to break down. Still support here, though. Support at 60, 60, 65. We'd have to fail 50 to drop significantly, and that's still quite a ways away. Oops. Left a gap up at 50-70. Watch out for that. Hmm. Can we go to Rug City where Gherk is the mayor? I don't know if this is gonna get rugged today. It's really well supported by zero DTEs. I don't know why everyone keeps asking for a rug. Read the next one. Take me down to Rugpull City where the puts are green and Gherk stays pretty. Beautiful. Patria Investments, full port time. I don't know about full port, but I picked some up. It's like an emerging market play. It's still very risky. It's not like sweet, sweet commodities that you probably sold and YOLO'd into SPX. It's because we all have puts that we overheld. Why? What the heck is Patria? It was a Pickles pick a while back. Oh, not that long ago, I don't think. Through double gap to the downside. That was very tempting. Ball's turning up a little bit. Maybe continued deleveraging of the short puts. That might give us another leg down. Especially if we fail to fill that gap. Oh, there we go. Next gap. Jimmy and Gamma Max, quickly, everyone sell your CCs. I don't know about that. It can still go a little bit higher. Gamma Max plus 10, 15%. So we left we left two downside gaps on the upside move. Super liquid, stable index. When copper 480. Did copper pull back a little bit today? Oh yeah, it did. I don't know. Give it time. Can we watch Nvidia? Yeah, sure. Fucking dip buys are nuts. 325. Get ready for an end of day push, maybe. Is there no neutral positioning coming in for non-farm? There probably will be, but it's a bit early for that. Mm, not being super aggressive with the vol short. Hmm. $15.97. So if we test 75, those could sell off and drop us back to 60-ish. If the 75 calls sell off, we could drop back to like 60 or 65. But we haven't tested the 75s yet. Huh. I think cap breaks 340. It's looking a little bit better, but it's, again, still way below GM. Or GN and DN. If indexes keep pushing up, it'll benefit. It's very, very index exposed. If that's both of our downside gaps. Where's this one? This thing's just gapping all over the fucking place. Mm. Do you think NVIDIA pumps tomorrow? I don't know. I'll look at the options chain tonight. If it looks good, I'm sure I'll write it up for 0 GTs. Is Chimi going back to 100? No, it's not popcorn. Where do these write-ups exist? I don't have Discord. I've seen nothing on Reddit. I don't write anything on Reddit really anymore. Occasionally, but pretty rare. I fucking hate Reddit. Is this when all the 0 GTs cash out and we drop like a rock again? Maybe. Some are definitely cashing out. $336. Back to 50. Support at 55. Love doing this every close. It's becoming very commonplace, which is extremely bearish. We fell back below trend on futures, which may be more important than where we close on SPX. And we left a pretty fat gap right here. Retest that. Oh, fuck, we didn't fill it? We could get a continuation. 55 is kind of just weak. So it's possible that there's not enough interest there to keep driving momentum. But there's still a lot of open interest at 50. 50 and 60. We're probably going to close somewhere in this range. Oh, you know what I want to look at? I want to look at like tomorrow's expiration. Because it's like 340 right now. I hope they short vol harder tomorrow so the end of the day drop is twice as hard. Explain the end of day, continual end of day dumpies. People aren't carrying the margin risk overnight. Bulls are skittish. Do we have a put ramp to the downside? No, not really. If we break 50, we do. But into 50, no, not so much. Cuts are expensive here. Even with the drop, we still have plenty of delta on the chain. It's really fucking stable, too. 50-50 is kind of where neutral is. Alright. 5K for a straddle tomorrow? What the fuck? That sounds about right. How'd you manage your straddles today? I just had one uh on SPX. I didn't straddle in a video yesterday. Um Thanks, Big Dog. Did good today. Nice NW. Well done, man. I appreciate it. That's awesome. Um the SPX straddle, let's see. Uh Oh, I got stopped out of the put or the call. Lame. Looks like we're going to 50. Starting to lose 55. Crazy thing is there free puts out on this. If it keeps dropping, it's just icing on the cake. Nice. Yeah, I don't have much open. I'm probably gonna open a straddle here in a minute. But yeah, they're very well. Maybe I get a strangle. They're awfully expensive. Hmm. So my 50-40 straddle from yesterday. Um, I got stopped out of the put leg at 50-23 at 10:17, and I got stopped out of the call side on our test of 50-60 at 2:10. I said stops on the puts. I've been greedy enough. That might be an okay choice. This kid, there's a big gap there. Like, I know I got stopped out of my 60 call, but we could still fill that potentially into close. There's still quite a lot of calls there. Tomorrow's expiration, there's a shitload of puts at 50-70. There's a few calls at 60. 65's pretty put heavy. So they put another put wall up at 70. I'm guessing when we were trading up there. It's a fucking big one too. Nah, I'm not sure if they're sold. Delta's still pretty positive. But man, there's a lot of put buying right now. $350. Hmm. Bull's trying to catch the knife into close. Getting some out of the money call positioning for tomorrow, too. Minutes left. They're selling the fuck out of this call. Look how cheap it is. It's only like $2 out of the fucking money. Hmm. Hmm. Two minutes left. Woo! Ding ding. That was fun. How'd you how you did that? Just, just, just doing fun stuff. They were gonna leave that fucking gap in their fucking 80,000 calls at 60 out of the money, right? I was busy staring at code. That was fucking awesome. Teach us. That was just it was just a good time. No big deal. Anyway, looks like we closed today literally right on the nose with the MM's expected move, 90 BPS to the upside. Um, we don't look super bullish momentum wise, and somebody bought a huge fucking put wall at 50.75 and a ton of puts to the downside. So I'm thinking that the majority of people expect that the NFP data in tomorrow morning is going to be hot, right? Like we're gonna have a higher non-farm payroll number, and labor is going to remain strong, which should boost dollar and inflation expectations. So the financial condition easing that we've been getting since the FOMC meeting, and with that risk off the table, that can start to tighten back up again. We'll probably see more of that tightening as we move into CPI, PPI, if those continue to be hot. So, we have a little bit of easing right now because the FOMC and the QRA and everything's out of the way. But I don't think it's going to last very long. There's Apple. There's Apple like right now. Apple has earnings tonight. I don't know when they're going to release their EPS and everything, but probably within the next 15 minutes or so. RSP lagged the index a little bit, 62 points on the day. NASDAQ overperformed. We saw a lot of tech running, pretty much everything. All of the Mag 7, I think, were up today. Even Apple. We're just above trend on a reversal here. Although this whole thing is kind of bearish. But we did break above 50.90. We're at the 5100 test. There's a big put wall here. Right here at 5103. That level's super important for futures. We may push up into that during the overnight session in preparation for tomorrow's data. And then if the data is bullish, the bulls will push up into the out of the money calls that they purchased today, which are kind of between 50.90 and 51.25. So there's a good ramp up to 51.25 if the NFP data is kind of cool. If it's hot, however, there's a metric fuck ton of puts to the downside, all the way down to 5,000. Transitions are pretty strong too. There's some weakness around the 50.30, 50.25 level, but it's not that weak. So the bears are more than prepared to shove it right back down if the data misses. And I think it will be largely dependent on that data. At the money, tons of straddles. 50 through actually like 50.55 through 50.65. Gamma's almost flat across that range. So that's probably where the majority of our straddles are. I would say strangles are probably around 50.75, 50.30, that range. So remember, even if the data's bad, we might bounce a little bit, clear out the call side of this like neutral positioning before falling, especially given that we're kind of right up against the edge of that. Commodities today bounced back a little finally, after 3 days of declines. So we'll see if that starts turning back around. It's still on trend, so the uptrend that saw this bullshit finally break out hasn't failed, or well, the breakout from that hasn't fully failed yet, but it is pulling back quite a bit. Dollar is down a lot today, back at 105.30. This is the lowest it's been since April 11th, so about 3 weeks ago. And a lot of that on the back of the yuan and yen pushing up, and there was some intervention, I think, again yesterday on USD JPY. Core 1 and 3 month turned around a little bit today, but not very much. So they're still not leveraging up dispersion as hard as they could. But I imagine if Apple beats tonight and NFP is not really bad, they'll continue to push the dispersion trade, which if you guys are long like Amazon or Google or Nvidia, will benefit those all quite a lot. Tesla probably too. Tesla's pretty well set up to continue our run to the upside. Carry trade massively levered down. Leverage falling off pretty much all day today. I think we went from a high this morning around 8 8.5x down to 8.3. So pretty big turnaround there. Forward yield on volatility is negative again. The yield curve is kind of uninverting a bit. So all of that's easing financial conditions and allowing bulls to lever up a lot harder, which is why they were able to push up so much today despite all of the bearish positioning. I'm not really sure that that's updated. It's probably not. People are still carrying a lot of tail risk hedges as of yesterday. 38.17% of the S&P over its 20-day moving average, and a deeper break in correlation between cash VIX and VIX. So they're still shorting vol really hard. They're just not leaning into dispersion yet. And we are now pricing in 0.3 or 30 points of rate cuts for 2024. So rate cut expectations went up a bunch today. I'm not sure why. None of the data this morning really supported that. Jobless claims were pretty flat. Productivity was way down. Labor costs were way up, and factory orders were way down. So none of that really screams growth to me. And all of it screams inflation. So we'll see. Also, the 30-year mortgage rate for last week moved up to 7.22. It's not really that important, but it's something to note. And then I think that's about it. Do you have anything else that I'm watching closely? Keep an eye on oil. It's been dropping. That's partially going to ease inflation expectations as well, especially if it continues to drop, like sub 78 to 75. Yeah, I think that's about it. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. I'll have the write-up out tonight, and I'll see you all tomorrow morning. Later, everybody.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.